Hello. Let's get rid of anti-gravity and browser for the moment. Bring this up a little bit. Actually, I'm going to leave the browser on. Okay, so there's still things I'm setting up. I need to change my audio capture device here. Oop. And we want to go to Yeti Studio Stereo microphone. Okay, how does this sound? Okay, all right. So I have hopefully a pretty good microphone here. I've got a video capture device, which is just the camera on my Mac, and I think everything is set up, and hopefully I am streaming right now live to YouTube. I will probably be making a bunch of other things, changes and stuff like that, like posting the link to this stream over on my Extra Life page, etc. But let's get started a little bit and let's talk about what it is that I'm going to do today. So, Extra Life is a charity that I have done 24-hour gaming marathons for many years. You can see my little shirt here. And those gaming marathons were usually board games. And I did board games for 24 hours. A couple of years I did video games. And we raised money for nonprofit children's hospitals. That's the gist of it. This year, I'm going to try something a little bit different. I don't have a lot of people here in New Mexico who want to stay up all night playing games. So in the past, I have done some gaming on Board Game Arena. I don't always want to do Board Game Arena. It's not as it's a little tougher to pay attention to it and enjoy it when you don't have a real person sitting across from you to talk to. Um, so my current inclination is to do something different, and that is going to be I'm going to do some software development because that's something I do, and I'm going to do software development on a game. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I already have a game site. So I have Mad Games Lab, and existing already on Mad Games Lab are both Poker Square and Poker Square NX3. The first one is a daily puzzle that I did back in the days of Wordle. If you see in here, basically you get the cards off the top of the deck one at a time. The deck's been shuffled, of course, and you are expected to put them into this grid to try and score the highest score you can from poker hands that you make horizontally and vertically. That was actually not my game. It was somebody long a time ago. It's also called Poker Patience as well, but there are links to the people to the descriptions of the game. I don't even know who was responsible for the game in the first place. But anyway, it was long gone, 100 years plus ago, and so I went ahead and did a daily puzzle version of it that I put onto the website. And then a few months back, I did another version which I grafted onto the game a mechanism from a game called, ooh, darn, something with their architects. Can't think of it right now. Oh, actually, it's probably here on the page. Let's see. Oh, first thing we need to do is we need to turn on focus mode so that we get not disturbed until tomorrow. That's good. All right, so that will help. We won't be getting lots of fun messages or hopefully phone calls either. Yep, I think this is in Do Not Disturb now too. So we won't get disturbed by various things. So, oh yeah, it was Architects of the West Kingdom. That's the game I was thinking of. They had a mechanism where you drew 3 cards off the top. One card you had to play right this second. Another card went back on top of the deck, so it was part of the next group of 3 you picked up. And the other card you threw away. You weren't going to see that card again. Actually, in Architects, it goes onto the bottom. But in this game, going onto the bottom is the same as just getting rid of the card. You're not going to see that card ever again. So I did that variant, and people seem to like it. But I would like to do something that is more of an arcade game. And with that in mind, there is a library called Phaser. And they want to verify that I'm human. Okay. And Phaser is a JavaScript framework that we can use to build out JavaScript games and do all kinds of things with arcade kind of things. You can make stuff move around the screen, you can fire missiles, you can do all those kinds of things. Actually, if I had known about this at the time, I could have potentially used Phaser to do the two card games that I showed you just a second ago, and made them look more like something like Balatro, for example. If you haven't played Balatro already, Balatro, it's readily available on your phone. It's available probably on your PC, on your Mac. There's all kinds of places Balatro is available. It was written, I believe, originally in Lua, and using the Love framework, which is a game framework for Lua, and that was made available a couple of years ago and has proven to be extremely popular. And it's a cute little card game where you're drawing cards out and you're trying to. I'm trying to remember. I played a bunch of Balatro. I don't remember what the thing you're trying to do. You're trying to make hands. You are trying to make hands. It's kind of, you're trying to make poker hand type things in that too, as I recall. Just a little different. There, you're just making individual hands, and then you have to make another hand and another hand, and score points to make it through a given level. So, those are fun games. People still actually come and play the two games I have at Mad Games Lab. But puzzle games, daily puzzle games like those are, like Wordle, like those are fun, and I enjoyed working on them. Doesn't mean I want to do that and only that from now on. I'd like to do some other things. And so Phaser is a way that I can do those things. And I've already made a tiny bit of progress on that. And let's see if we can see that in here. If I go to, these are the URLs for the two games that are already out there. And I believe it's Minis. Yes. So this is actually in a screen here. There's a little window here. You can't see it, but there's a window here that has Phaser in it. And I am already putting this out onto the website. It's just that there's no game there. I mean, right now it's a splash screen made with AI and nothing else. And don't worry, we will be talking about AI today. We will be talking about a lot of subjects. One of the things I did was I made myself a long list of stuff I would like to talk about today, programming things and otherwise in game development, etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do some game development today. I'm going to try and do it with Phaser. I'm going to see if I can make a game, or at least parts of a game, that are like a game from a long, long time ago called Star Castle. And eventually I want to build on that, and we'll talk about that game in a minute. And I'd like to even do things like see if I can get the control sets to work with a joystick, not just with keyboard. So I want to have keyboard input and joystick input and see some stuff move around the page and have some stuff fly around, kind of asteroids like, and do that for a while. And then when I get too tired, because this is 24 hours and I don't think I can necessarily program for 24 hours straight. I'm not even sure I did that when I was in college. Then, I will be maybe switch to playing games or something else. Let's talk about Extra Life. So we haven't talked about Extra Life yet. And if you'll forgive me for just a second, I'm going to go get a URL on a screen that you cannot see. All right, and we will copy this down here so you can see it. This is me. And this is me on Extra Life, and I am trying to raise $2,000 for nonprofit children's hospitals. So far, I've raised only $890, but overall, over the course of Ooh, this is my 12th year, as it says there. I have raised something like maybe $19,000, something like that. Um, I'd love if you would contribute. There is a QR code on your screen right down there. I think yep, there it is in the corner. And if you will scan that puppy, or you will click the link that is in the show notes below this video, then it will take you here and you can donate to give for families who are stuck in a hospital with their babies, with their children, and they can't necessarily afford the care they need. They are stressed beyond all belief, and wonderful charities like Children's Miracle Network, which runs the Extra Life marathon gaming marathon, um, try to help with that situation. And so I'd love it if you give, and I'd appreciate it so very, very much. And one of the things I'm noticing is I am streaming, but I do not see the chat window. When I went to stream last night, I could see the chat window. I may have to bring this up in another window just so I can see chat. All right, we're gonna start this up and immediately mute it. Okay, there we go. I don't know that anybody will actually even bother to show up, but if somebody does, I would, you can chat to me. I will talk about things that you're interested in, and we will talk about game development, programming, deployment of your things that you build, board games, any of those kinds of things. I can prattle on for hours. So let's get started on actually doing something. One thing I know I need to do is I know I need to post this to my Extra Life page. So give me a split second here. I'm going to add the stream. This is a YouTube stream, and we're going to paste this. And come on, baby. Yay, there we go. So my page, if I refresh it now, as you can see, it now has, look at that, game programming for Extra Life. Okay. And first of all, let me just thank everybody who has already given. So many wonderful people have given $890 already this year for nonprofit children's hospitals. I cannot thank you enough. That is a lovely thing to do. Please give yourself if you haven't yet. And to all those people who have already given, the people who gave right at the beginning when I didn't have anything but my own donation, and all the other ones since then, I can't thank you enough. It's been wonderful and so sweet of you to do that. Okay, so let's get busy. So you've seen the website. I'm trying to add a third box here eventually that's going to have some kind of an arcade game. And what kind of arcade game? So you probably do not, unless you're my age, you probably do not remember Star Castle. So Star Castle was a fairly simple game. Here, let me turn this down. Actually, that's not going to help you. Let me turn this down here. In Star Castle, you are the little blue ship there. You're moving around, and the Star Castle, I assume, is the thing in the middle, and it has a series of rotating walls around it, and it sends out these little drones, which are the little star shape, and they would try and destroy you, but you're also trying to destroy the walls and shoot into the center. He can only shoot out when all those walls align, so he has a hole to shoot out of, and likewise, you can only shoot in and destroy him when all the walls line up for you. So you have to time your shot correctly. And there's an added disadvantage here. If you destroy, see, there's a case where he shot one of those little drones caught up with you. and you'll see he's shooting off when the walls align, and then the player in this case managed to destroy it. And so if you destroy too many of the walls around him at a layer, then the other layers will expand out and become it'll kind of regenerate. So like if you destroyed all the red ones around the edges there, then the orange one would expand out and there would be a new yellow shield that would come up. So you can never deprive him completely of his shields, because if you do so, then the shields will regenerate in such a way that you don't just have a clear shot at him. So anyway, this is the game. It's simple, but it's fun. And I learned something new when I mentioned that I wanted to do something kind of like Star Castle, which I thought was a simple but fun game. Somebody mentioned to me that Star Castle was a predecessor for Yar's Revenge on the Atari 2600. So if you're not ancient like me, oh great, we have a commercial. Okay. On the old Atari 2600, which used to be the biggest, baddest daddy of all the video game consoles when I was a kid, did not own one, but I was good friends with some kids who did have one. Was based on Star Castle. It was an attempt to make a Star Castle for the Atari 2600 originally, and then they just completely redid it. And whoever's playing this is apparently very good at it. I'm a little unsure. I have not played Yar's Revenge, but it appears that you try to eat away the defensive shields around the other guy, and then you have to go back and then shoot. I don't know. I'm a little unclear on this, but it's still basically the same general idea. He shoots at you, or at least he puts out drones which try to destroy you. You try to take out his shields and then shoot him successfully. So as you might imagine, you could do a fair amount with such a simple game. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make something that has gameplay somewhat like this, maybe something like this, or down the road, what I might like to do is try and incorporate some elements of Sinistar into the thing. I had thought maybe I would show you Sinistar right now, but I don't think I really want to. This is just me prattling for too long without actually doing any software development. Let's see. Let's make sure that I've got my... oh, and I've had my face on things, so I hope people were able to see. You know what? Let me go back just for a second. Let me turn that back off. Let me show you this again real fast. Yeah, hopefully I wasn't covering up too much of that. I need to make my video capture smaller. That way, if I won't be covering up things when I don't want to. That's hopefully better. Anyway, let's go back to my channel. Yeah, that's better. Okay, hopefully people can see with that, even with me doing with my face up. But I'll try to put my face away so that we can do some software development and you're not having to look at me. Okay, enough of that. So let's go back to the phaser thing. Let's take my video off. There we go. All right, so now you're not looking at me, you're just looking at my browser, and hopefully also, can we get anti-gravity? Yes, we can. Okay. So, oh, I had thought about that. That's interesting. If I have anti-gravity up, okay, we'll figure out how to deal with that. So, I usually use Visual Studio Code to do most of my development work. Just this last week, Google released a piece of software called Anti-Gravity. It is based on VS Code, so hopefully most of that will still seem familiar to me. But it adds in some of the same kinds of features that I was used to from having used Jules. So if you haven't used Jules before, let me show you that real quick. Jules is a way for you to connect to your repo. So it's like I would be connected to the Mad Games Lab repo on GitHub. Jules would also be connected to it, and I can ask Jules to do something like bump a version number or, add library or all kinds of different things. You better keep them kind of simple, although the new versions of Jules supposedly will have a much better model from Google. But you ask for this hopefully simple enough thing that Jules can do it. It goes and makes the changes, and then it puts it into a branch on your repo, and you can go look at it, and you can even have it create a pull request, and you can evaluate that pull request and decide if you're going to merge it or not. That's it. So it acts like a simple junior coworker to you who are the main developer on a repo. Anyway, some of this same kind of functionality is now incorporated into Anti-Gravity from Google. And so we'll be using that today. If you want to talk about AI, we can absolutely do that. I certainly have opinions on it. I don't know. Nobody seems to care if everybody on God's own green earth uses AI to do programming, which has always been my art form, but apparently other art forms like actual visual arts and music and writing are all sacrosanct. And so AI should not be touching any of those things, but it's perfectly okay if it's in my domain. Seems incredibly hypocritical, but that's reality. So anyway, I will be using it some. We will see how it goes. I'm really curious if the new model is going to be at all helpful to me or not. I'm a little worried. That this is not showing. Why is this not showing the most up-to-date stuff from my browser? There we go. I don't know why it stopped capturing my browser. My apologies to anybody who has gone through a period where it was showing you the same thing over and over again. I don't know why. That's troubling. I don't know why. That's happening with OBS. Okay, we're going to go back to Jules for just a second so you can see that. Okay. Well, it still seems to be staying up to date now. And there's a delay between when I say something and you see it on the stream, which is, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds. I don't know. It might even be 30 seconds for all I can tell. But anyway. Okay, hopefully everything is working now. All right, so let's go look at my source code because eventually I have to stop yammering and actually do some stuff. So this is the source code for, let me turn this on so you can see it. this is the source code for Mad Games Lab. So this is all of the different things that you saw a minute ago. It is a mono repo. It has two parts to it. One is a server directory, and this is a project written in Hono, which is, for the most part, just serves up the static stuff. It serves up the pages for the two puzzles that are out there. There's also a couple of other pages that you probably haven't noticed yet. One of them is the Menace one that I showed you. There's a placeholder for that new game. In addition to that, there is an About page which shows version numbers for both the front end and back end. This actually makes an API call to the back end using GraphQL to get a version number for the back end and bring it back to the front. Those version numbers, I think, are actually the same ones that are here in the package JSON for both the backend and the UI. So if I change these version numbers, which I need to remember to do today, then you should see that reflected in the page that we were just looking at. And then in addition to this, obviously there's the Menace, just kind of a placeholder right now. And on top of that, there is, I've started adding in a sign in and sign out. So like if you go to the account page, I think it is called, see, you actually have to sign in now. So none of this is wired up to where people see it, but it's actually there and it works. And so eventually I would like to have an account page which says like which days you've played the puzzle games on. And it even maybe does things like shows you gives you links to other popular puzzle games. There's a million of them out there. I've been collecting them like Wikidates and Giznep and all these other ones. And it would maybe provide you links to those and sometimes bring back the scores so that you could kind of compare your scores against a close friend of yours or something like that. I know some folks who are a couple, and the man and woman will both do something like Wordle, and they will compare how many steps it took them to do Wordle that day. So it would be something kind of like that, kind of a meta page for all these daily puzzles. I just think it would be kind of fun. But anyway, that kind of thing, I'd like to have an account system for this, especially since at some point I would like to do turn-based games where you play some today and you come back tomorrow and you're still playing in the same world, in the same game. There are some games like that I've played in the past, like Travian, and there was one about zombies, which I cannot think of the name of at the moment. They shut it down here a while back. But there's a whole lot of games like that I would love to see. So actually, let's see. If I put this over here a little bit, I guess I can go back on screen. It's still covering up a little bit of stuff, but yeah, we'll turn that on and off as needed. Okay, so maybe it's better if I'm down on the bottom. Ooh, that was the wrong thing to do. Oh, I see how you do it. You do this. And oh, look at that. Okay. Now I can be on screen at least a little bit. Okay, let's hope everything is staying up to date. All right. So, backend and UI. That's how this monorepo works. Today, pretty much none of the stuff that I need to do is going to involve API calls or any of that kind of stuff. So I really don't anticipate that I will be working on the server at all. So I'm just going to close that because everything I think I'll be doing is here on the UI. And the UI is these puzzles you see here are happening in your browser. I ship down all the information for you to play. There is a Redux state model that actually has all of the cards in it. So basically, it starts out with a complete deck of cards, shuffles them, uses a random number, which is generated based on the day. Actually, it's a day calculation since what was like the first day of all the puzzles, and so it puts that in as a seed number for the random number generator. It does that for everybody, so that everybody on that day will see the exact same puzzle, kind of like Wordle does, or how I assume Wordle does. Um, and then once it shuffled the cards, then you're just playing out a poker game or a poker patience game with that deck of cards. And this one is the same idea, only just the Redux model is just a tiny fraction bit smarter because you can play 3 different cards at once, etc. That's it. So in the case of this phaser-based game, this arcade-ish game, that's not going to be quite the same because I'm going to need some kind of physics system. So what do I mean by that? Well, as you saw when we watched the Starcastle thing, there's movement of the player, there's movement and turning of the Starcastle itself, there's turning of all of those different little segments of protective shield, there's movement of the little drone shots that are trying to go around and destroy you. There's your shots, and then there's the shots coming out of the Starcastle itself. So there's like a whole slew of different stuff that moves around the screen, and it needs to do it smoothly, and it's nice when all the work is done kind of for you. And systems like Phaser have 2 different physics systems built in. One is a very simple one called Arcade. That's the one I'm going to try and use today because it's really about things like LERP, linear interpolation. That's basically something like saying, okay, I want this to be starting at this point here, and it needs to get to this point after 1 second or whatever. There's some speed that it's going at, and I need you to move smoothly from point A to point B, and that will look cool. And things like wrapping around the sides of the screen, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go off here, and then I'm going to come back on here. But you'll notice that shots did not do that. And also, drones kind of lose attention to you as you move off of one side and the other. I don't have to slavishly copy all that stuff because I'm not trying to build Starcastle exactly. I'm just trying to make something fun. So I don't have to imitate them exactly, but I'll imitate some things and then I'll just make up some stuff. That's the fun of making games. But anyway, there's a physics system there. And that physics system often has things that are not realistic. In Asteroids, as I recall, if you played Asteroids and you started moving in a direction and you stopped thrusting, it didn't matter. You just kept moving in that direction forever. It would take you off one side of the screen and then move you on to the other, and it would act like space does. If I exert some thrust, then I go in the other direction, and I go that direction forever until other gravity or other forces act on me. That's reality. Asteroids played more like reality in that way, other than the fact that the screen wrapped around, which was bizarre. Starcastle seems to, I believe, have some ideas of friction in space, where it's like, oh, I thrust in a direction, and then if I stop thrusting, I go a little bit further, but I kind of slow to a stop to make it easier for me to control my ship. I will probably do that as well. You can imagine, if you want to, if you need a mental model for that, that the starship automatically exerts reverse thrust when you stop thrusting in a direction, and it starts trying to slow you down and stop you in a position because you've hit a button to get that feature or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But physics systems, simple ones, are going to provide for that. And while I can fairly easily come up with my own algorithms for something like LERP, and friction and stuff like that, it gets a little more complicated when it's something like, oh, I need all these pieces, all these segments of shield to rotate in a direction around a center point. And then I may need them to um, migrate outwards. And I may need to have like three different levels of the shielding rotating in different directions and stuff like that. That kind of stuff, I probably could find out how to do it. It's like Trig or something, but I haven't done it in a long time. So probably not going to do that. I'm probably going to rely on their physics engine to do that. They also have a more sophisticated physics engine. And the more sophisticated physics engine is more of the kind of thing you would need if you were going to build something like Angry Birds. Don't know if you played Angry Birds, but in Angry Birds, the game, it's like you take a bird and you put it in a slingshot and you shoot it at this big building with all these, rickety pieces of wood or whatever it is all set up. And if you hit them correctly, they will collapse and hurt the pigs. I think it's pigs. And so that needs a much more sophisticated physics engine, because you've got things that are falling and then hitting other things and causing them to fall, and you need to simulate gravity a lot more, and you need to simulate friction of surfaces touching each other, because like when something hits something and it may need to slide, and you'll see it actually slide slowly in Angry Birds and stuff like that. You got to have a physics engine for that, and there's a more sophisticated physics engine for that. In Phaser, I don't need that. And you can pick which of the two you use, or use none of them if you want to. So like if I redid these as Phaser games, which I've considered, and there are reasons why I'll talk about, then you didn't need, but you don't need a physics engine at all for something like Poker Square. Maybe, but you might want one anyway. Maybe you want all the cards to, at the end of the game, fall off the screen or something. I don't know. But anyway, so why would I want these games to maybe be Phaser games instead? And I'll tell you why. While I do have some people who come and play these games on a daily basis, and have for a long, long time, I think that brought this one out a couple of years back, and there are still people who come and play it on a daily basis. I haven't done a lot to promote them, and so I don't have big crowds coming in doing that, and I'd like to have more people doing it. And so there's a site which you may or may not have been to before, which is called itch.io. Yeah, here it is. And hopefully I'm still logged in. I am. And on itch.io, you can not just go buy lots of fun little indie games, including things like, was it Vampire Survivor or whatever it is. That one's a lot of fun. And lots of games, both games in the browser and games you download for your platform, kind of like something like Steam if you ever used it. You can also be a publisher. And so if I publish, and here's a case where I've actually taken a Phaser game, which is written in JavaScript and whatever, and I have actually put it onto a project page. Now, none of this is published. Nobody can see it but me. But here is that same one you saw earlier. In the version that you see on the Mad Games Lab page, I have swapped out the graphics in it. But in this version, this is the original version, and it simply displays the word Phaser, main menu, has a second screen, and then has a game over screen. You actually saw some of the text from the game over screen on in mine as well. But anyway, this 3-pager here over here on Itch, well, if I put a game out here and I put all the information about how to play and, complete it with music and all the fun stuff and put it onto Itch, tons of people come to Itch. And so they could then find the game interesting, hopefully, or whatever game or games that I work on, find them interesting, and then they could turn around and maybe come to my own website, Mad Games Lab, sometimes. So it could give me a secondary way to, excuse me, promote my games. So the thing I'd really like to have is that at some point, if you look at the source code for this, oh, John. I am not good at this. All right, we're going to fix something real quick. All right. Anybody who has had to suffer through watching this, the recorded version, I apologize to you. What we're going to do is we're going to do a Mac OS screen capture. All right. Transform. Hit the screen. My apologies. And we're going to solve this problem hopefully once and for all. So what's been going wrong? What's been going wrong is that, there we go. What's been going wrong is that anti-gravity and browser were set up separately to capture, and it has to have some order for them, so it was showing you anti-gravity when it was turned on over the browser, even when I didn't want it to. Sorry. So what I've done is I've done a screen capture instead. So now if I switch between these two like so, then you will see whichever one it should see. You'll also see a bunch, a crap ton of icons and stuff down here. I'm sorry about that. That's every app under the sun that I use on a regular basis. But this is the only way this is going to be a practical work is if I can switch back and forth between the two like this. All right, my apologies again. If I streamed all the time at like this, I would be slick and smooth and good at it. I don't, but I'll get better. Man, I need to slurp some coffee there. Okay, let me bring this down a little bit because I'm going to sit for a bit. You'll see different stuff behind me now. Alrighty, so as you can see from the source directory, I have one subdirectory for each of the games. There's a Menace one, Poker Square, and Poker Square Next 3. Ideally, somewhere down the road, I would like to have it to where I could have a game like this on my page, just like I did with the Menace one. Here, let me go over there. It's got my game in a window here, instructions and all the other stuff so that people can play it. And somebody can go and play this game on here. And I could take that exact same game and deploy it to itch.io here. So the same game would be available both places. And I could use this to promote some of my stuff and hopefully, I don't know, raise the profile of Mad Games Lab. Because I want to do a bunch of games. I don't want to just do 2 or 3 or 5. I'd like to do a bunch of games over time. This interests me. I've always liked the idea of actually making games. I used to work on a game site a long time ago called gamedev.net. Somebody else who from that group of several people who started it still works on it, and I think it's still going as a going concern today. That's awesome. And several people who were in that group went off to work in the industry some. Most of what I saw of the video game industry was very off-putting to me. It did not make me want to go into video games. But I still want to make games, just as personal expression, and because I don't necessarily always see the kinds of things that I think people should make. Like, as far as I know, like I was showing you earlier, when you look at this set of puzzles, these are all interesting one-a-day puzzles. Cool. But they aren't my game. None of them are anything like my game. So, while Poker Square was just me ripping off somebody else's work from a long time ago, Poker Square NX3 was me building on that to make a new game. I am capable of making new games, sometimes based on old stuff and ideas. Sometimes maybe they'll be much more original, especially as I make more of them. Anyway, so I have a list of stuff that I would like to do for a Phaser arcade game. I also want to do a Phaser puzzle game, but we'll talk about that at some point later when I probably... Oh my god, I'm an hour into this and I have 23 to go. So I don't know that I'll be able to talk for all 24 hours or even how far I'll get before I finally give up on this. But we're going to keep going and see. Let's see if anyone has... nobody has joined the chat. That's a shame. Who knows? Maybe nobody will today. I would love it if people did join and talk to me while I do this. But anyway, I have a laundry list of things that I would like to do on this Phaser arcade game. So first thing I've got written here is keyboard input. I want keyboard input so that I can start interacting with all the stuff that I'm going to put on the screen. The second thing is here I've written Redux versus Phaser physics. I have already made that decision before coming in that it's going to be Phaser physics, especially when it comes to things like moving those walls and stuff like that. I think I'm probably going to want to use the physics engine, the basic one, the arcade one from Phaser. So it's going to be, actually I should just write Phaser physics here. So I'm going to need to set up the Phaser physics engine and make that a thing. The arcade one. And let's see. Arcade physics. And then number 3 is going to be, actually, loading sprites. Loading sprites is number 1. All right, let's start with loading sprites. All right, so I'm just winging all of this stuff. So here is the Menace page. It's basically fairly simple. All of the stuff in Mad Games Lab is basically just lit web components that I have glued together to make an app. It's all standards based. I will brag about how fast it is later, and I will also talk about why you might want to seriously consider using internet standards like web components and stuff like that instead of dragging out React for the umpteenth time. But in the meantime, let's not get too off the beaten path, and let's talk about this page. It is a web component designed to just put together a page. You saw it earlier. And this is a page with a UI for the Phaser game on the page. And so actually here is the configuration for a Phaser game. It basically says how big it is, what the parent game container is, background color for it. It has a series of scenes: the boot, the preloader, the main menu, the main game, and the game over is what I've got right now. Then it starts it passing this config in. So we start a new game, and oh lordy, let's see. We've got... So I am curious. It's been a while since I did this kind of shell for it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So it doesn't scale. So that's another problem that we're going to have to write down, because scaling is definitely going to be an issue. I don't think anybody's going to be saying, oh, I'm going to play this on my phone necessarily. But in landscape mode on your phone, if this occupied the whole screen, that might be viable. So scaling is definitely going to be something I want to have happen properly. So let's see. I'm going to put down scaling issues. To work on different screen sizes. We are not going to tackle that to start with. There is no point. We will get something functional, and then we will improve, because that's how you do things. Here's the actual page itself. It's basically got a page layout. It's got an app shell, this is the game container. This is where the game is going to go. I think there's some kind of selector here. Yeah, here's the thing that selects and puts the Phaser game into this container. And this is it. So this is really everything that I put onto the page in the web component. There's a little bit of CSS here that is configuring the appearance of the page. And then the rest of this here is Phaser stuff. It's got a first updated. So the first updated is a thing on web components that happens after their first rendering. And this is basically saying get the elements by ID. So it's finding the game container. And then it starts the game. I see. So that calls this function here to actually get the game going in the container. So actually what happens is the component is rendered onto the page. And then right after that, it finds the game container and sticks the game into the game container on the page. So that's what causes this to appear here. So I will not really be planning to change this anytime soon. What's interesting here is that if you think back to what I just showed you a second ago, these are the various scenes in the game, and scenes are one of the fundamental pieces that Phaser uses, as I understand it. Boot, preloader, main menu, main game, and game over. So I guess we go through boot and preloader first. Let's see what boot does. Okay, so we've got this extends scene. So this is all Phaser code at this point. We're not concerning ourselves with components or any of that stuff. We're just using Phaser. So we have a scene that we send a name, which is boot in this case. We've got a preload, and it says the boot scene is typically used to load any assets that you require for your preloader. This is a little on the wide side, so I'm going to make this a little easier for me to read. What did I use to create this? I think I originally started with a thing that, I think the way I started this was I started with something that made a shell for a game from Phaser, because Phaser is starting to provide more and more tools. In fact, I'll show you one of their tools here real quick. This is their Phaser launcher. So they're starting to try and have some tools to get you just over the hump if you haven't necessarily ever built a game before in your life and maybe you're intimidated by it. I have been developing software for 39 years. That's a long time. But you know what? I still love it, and I'm not going to stop. I just love it. It's so much fun to build things and put them out there. Anyway, this will help you create new projects and do all kinds of stuff. And it's got stuff in here. Now, this is not the one that I think I used. I think I used one that was set up to use Vite and some other stuff. If you're not familiar with what Vite is, let me put this down on the screen. If you're not familiar with what Vite is a piece of software designed to do building. So you actually see it here. Here it is, Vite, V-I-T-E. And Vite is used to build my projects and get them ready for deployment onto a website. So it's very simple. It has just a handful of commands like dev, build, and preview in this case, which basically tell it to start up Vite and make your software available. And we're going to do this locally here in a minute. And stop using the game dev, the Mad Games Lab site. And we're actually going to do this locally. Let's go ahead. In fact, let's go ahead and get started and do that. Now then, we'll go into the UI directory, and we will do npm run. Npm run shows you all the commands that are available. Npm run dev. That's the one we're interested in at the moment. Boom. And that has brought up both local and network. So the reason I've got network is like sometimes I want to be able to go to my phone and connect to the app on a new version. So I'm running it locally. I want to test it out. I don't just want to test it out on screen. I want to test it out on a real phone. I can do that because this one is exposed to my network. And I'll show you how that happens because that's a nifty thing that Vite does for you. Oh, I know what it was. It's actually done by that command you saw, the -- host. If you run Vite with -- host, then it doesn't just run it locally with a local host URL. It puts it on the network so that you can see it from other devices. So like you could test it on your spouse's machine or your couple different phones or a tablet or whatever. So use Vite -- host and you've got that ability. So Vite's doing the running here, and this is at the moment just the UI. It's not any of the Hono backend. So the thing that would provide API calls and stuff like that is not running. But I can go run it if I need to, and Vite acts as a proxy to that so that locally I can access it and hit my backend if I need to. And that is part of this Vite command, Vite config. And you'll see it's not complicated. I've pretty much just added in, I don't know, I've got all these other lines in here. I think most of this could be deleted, but I'm not going to do that this minute. But anyway, I've put in a proxy line. And this proxy line says, oh, if the server is running too, proxy all of these URLs over to the server. So Vite is doing the serving, but it will proxy API calls over to the server, the separate server that I'm running in Hono. And that way I can make database calls and all kinds of stuff like that. So I could test games that had a backend as well. Vite is very easy to use. I heartily recommend you use it. It supports not just things like React, which are a big deal, obviously, but it also supports stuff which is based on web standards like Lit. So nope, still nobody watching. Nobody wants to watch me do this. Oh well, I guess I won't get my feelings hurt. Anyway, the configuration I've needed here is very, very limited for Vite, and I've gotten a lot of handy stuff. But at the moment, let's just bring up the UI. And it opened it in the wrong window. Hold on just a second here. We will open that where you can see it. Down here. There we go. Look at that. So this is just the UI portion of things without the back end, like I said. So if we went to like something like the about page, you'll notice that when it tries to make the API call, it gets an error. So it can't tell you what the backend version number is. But these games are entirely in the front end already, so they don't care. And also in the front end is Menace. So here I am running this entirely in the front end, and it works just fine. So that's what we will be testing out today. And so now we can return to this, and you'll notice it got a proxy error at the point when it was trying to make that API call that I tried to make for the About page. And so you see that here in the console. Actually, let's talk about this for a second, because this is a nifty thing. I really like the set of pieces that I have assembled that I consider to be my toolkit of stuff I use to build sites now on a personal basis. I really, really love it. And so I'm going to sell you for a minute on it. Here's what it is. First off, it is JavaScript front end, JavaScript backend. Or if you prefer, TypeScript front end, TypeScript backend. So you never change languages. You're never like, oh, I'm Java over here, or Kotlin, or God knows what, C#, whatever, in my backend. And the second I want to do something in the front end, I have to switch to JavaScript or TypeScript. No, I use the same thing for both. That makes things much easier. For one thing, it makes for a nice little mono repo like this one, where all the code is in the same language and can sit nicely and use the same set of tools, front end and back end, for all kinds of things. So that's the first and I think the most important thing. JavaScript everywhere. This is an agents.md file. If you've never used one before, there is actually a handy little site for agents.md. Let's see, it's probably over here. Yeah, here it is. I tried to set up things so I could talk about stuff ahead of time before we did this. So this is a thing that you use to give instructions to any AI agents you have work on your project. So you tell them how you want them to work on your project. You tell them the tools you're using. You tell them all the libraries to use, the styles, everything. Okay. And so that's what this document is. I used to put some of that information in my README. I've actually gutted my README. It doesn't have nearly as much stuff, and I'm actually going to be getting rid of some of the stuff that is in here in favor of just having it be only in the agents MD. So this will still exist, but for all sorts of things, it will just point people over here if anybody wants to look at it. But this is not an open source project. I have other projects, though, that are open source. I believe Paperquick is still open source, and it uses the same kind of thing. And so the next version of Paperquick, when you look at it, will be just like this. And I may turn this into a kind of a template for you to use if you're so inclined. But anyway, let's talk about this. So it's got the UI and server. It tells, oh, it's a monorepo, and this is the thing you're building. And here's what you're going to find in this one. This one is Vite plus Lit plus TypeScript. And this backend is Hono plus Node.js plus TypeScript. So you're still using the same language both places. You're using a lot of the same libraries, and it works just fine. And then it tells how to do the commands that you might want to do on the back end, commands you might want to run on the UI. It says, hey, please use the stuff I've already got installed. Don't suddenly install Vue or Svelte or React when you've already got Lit there. I mean, it's a perfectly easy way to do component development. Just use what's already there whenever you can. And actually, we're going to update this right now because on the front end, we are adding Phaser. That's right, Phaser. And you know what? I think I'm going to start moving some of the stuff over that I had done previously. Okay. And I said I was going to move some of this stuff over, so I'm going to. It's very weird for me to work in front of a video camera live. I can't say that that's something that seems natural to me, but I know that I need to get used to it because I would like to record videos for people. Ooh, it did most of that work for me. Did it do it right? Oh no. Better off. GraphQL. It went ahead and provided a URL for GraphQL. I like that. SQLite. And Umzug. Huh. I'm actually happy with that. So this is a case of, so like I said, I've used AI tools before. I've used Visual Studio Code with GitHub Copilot a fair amount. If I find I like this better, I'll probably stop paying for GitHub Copilot. This is using the Google Gemini 3 engine behind the scenes. I don't know if it's using Pro for all of this stuff or it's just using the kind of non-Pro version of it or whatever. Let's see if it'll tell us. Let's see if we can see. How can I tell how much I am using of Google stuff? I don't know how I can tell. But I have to say that was off to a good start. So let's copy over some more stuff from the README. And let's see. Okay, so now it has Vite, Lit, Vite. Sorry, I said that wrong. Yeah, it's probably best to break that out because I need two different URLs for the house. Okay, these I'm not gonna, well, I don't care about my notes on those two. This one I actually do care about my notes because I want people to understand why I used LitLab's router when it's technically not considered to be finished. And okay, those two are not in this list yet. I will add them up here. You know, I'm not actually doing that anymore. No, those are going to go. All right, let's go back to our Markdown. Ooh, that's a feature I want to fix. Settings. Okay, that's important to me. I need things to save on a regular basis. Like when I switch back and forth between these, I want it to save whatever I've done. That's just something I'm used to having. Ooh, okay, so we will talk about that in a minute. Okay, I think this is already up above, so I don't need it. It is. And I need this stuff to go in there. Yeah, that's good. That way, so now I have a section that talks about the UI and the server. Whoops. What is with you? Thank you. That was a little weird. And then random numbers, and then PokerScript specific. All right, I kind of like that. All right. So anyway, the agents.md gives instructions to whatever tools, like the one I'm using now, so that it knows how to write code and do stuff. Now, their version of the Open Agent Manager is what I am used to thinking of as Jules from Google. So Google's Jules provides an AI assistant, as I said before, if you watched earlier in this video, and it lets me say, hey, go do this simple thing, and it will try and change things. Like, actually, let's see. I know for a fact I recently made changes. Let's go to GitHub real quick. Nope, wrong one. GitHub. Okay, so this is GitHub for Mad Games Lab. And I know for a fact I have made a bunch of changes in various things, and I have not bumped version numbers. So if I look, I can see that the last time I did this was 2 months ago, but in the last month I have made changes with ToAppearance and other stuff. So we're going to now try out this and say, please bump the version number. All right. So this tells us right here, this is going to use Gemini 3 Pro. That is, we do not need anything like that for. Okay, so we're going to try fast. We're going to try low. So question is going to realize, oh, I just need to change the package.json and it will fix everything. Now it's going and updating the package lock directly. I don't know if that's a good idea. If you hear my dog off in the distance there barking, my apologies. You'll hear that a lot today. He likes to bark at things. He's a sweetheart. He is a Cavalier King Charles. He's adorable. I love him. He barks at the universe. Okay, so that says it's done it and it should be good. And actually, we can go to our local copy, go back up here and go to the About page, and I still see 230. Oh, no, after the refresh, 230, sure enough. So that looks good to me. So we're going to give that a good. Well done. So that was a simple thing, but I could have sent it off to do that and then not sat there and watched it, but just let it run. And it would have successfully updated the version number, which is something we want. And let's see here. Moved stuff to from README What did I change? Oh, I just changed the formatting of the, yeah, just changed the formatting of some comments. All right, so we're going to commit that. Okay, I'm going to take a break for, I don't know, 5 minutes, we'll say. And let me switch to a commercial break. See if this works.
"62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in University Hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada, and I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
my name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
So my why to help kids' health at KU Pediatrics is because of my cousin Teague. She has been battling cancer for a few years now, and she's 6, and I just can't wait till she becomes this amazing, incredible individual as an adult and has gone through that thanks to the support of people like you.
What are you doing?
Cleaning my glasses. Mom, go get my toys. What's that going on the block in the hallway?
That's a shaved one. He even has like a peach leaf in his hair.
I know. You are so freaking silly, dude.
To the Extra Life community, thank you so much for helping kids like me treated at the IWK Health Center and TMN hospitals.
Since 2008, Extra Lifers have raised millions of dollars to help kids treated at 170 children's hospitals in the U.S. and Canada. Those funds go directly to the hospital.
This is my 7th year, so about 7 years ago, he was like, "Oh, you should do this. The good cause, play games for 24 hours," and that's pretty much like the first time I ever streamed my entire life, and I was only doing it for Extra Life. But also, like, I've gone to Seattle Children's Hospital when I was in high school. When I did Extra Life, I chose to support Seattle Children's because of how great they are. They're really good to the kids.
Let's raise a lot of money for Blair Batson!
My favorite part of my children's hospital is the amazing staff that work there.
Okay, sorry about that. But everybody needs a chance to eat something after a while. So anyway, let's create a new branch here. And let's see, we will call this Okay. Why am I putting this into a branch? The reason I'm putting this into a branch is because if I simply put it into master and push, then it will actually automatically deploy to the website. And given that I didn't really make any changes other than things like the agents and README and stuff like that, I don't really need that. Let me show you a little bit of that. Let's see here. First, let's do the publishing branch. If we come over here, don't need this anymore. Okay, so here, as you can see, minutes first draft had put recent pushes less than a minute ago. So, here's a fun thing. I don't know how you do deployment, but here's how I like to do deployment. So I use, let's go to Hetzner. In Hetzner, they offer, just like a dozen other sites, DigitalOcean, Vultr, etc. Even, of course, the big names like Amazon Web Services, Azure, etc., Google Cloud Server, they all provide just cloud machines. So that's one of the basic things that Hetzner provides. They provide cost optimized, as they like to put it, which are basically, here's an example. You can choose different countries, and basically they have, this is with a IPv4, which is what most people are going to need to connect to, because this is going to have websites on it. And this low end one down here, which is $4.09 a month, under $5, has 2 virtual CPUs, 4 gigabytes of RAM, 40 gigabytes of storage, and 20 terabytes of traffic, although I think they would probably freak out if you actually had 20 gigabytes. This is by Dog, by the way. He is wanting up in my lap for the moment. And since I'm just talking, that's fine. I'll put him down when I need to do development. Anyway, this is a lot. This is a great deal more than what you used to get on such a commodity box. And as you can see from going to Mad Games Lab or going to something like PaperQuick, it works great, right? Both of those are hosted on the exact same server. And in fact, we're going to go to that server, deploy. And I am going to sign into this off screen for a second, so you're not going to see. And we're back. Okay, so this is Deploy. It's what I use to deploy and host things. Not exactly host. We'll explain that in a minute. But anyway, there are active sites here, and here is Mad Games Lab. And it has a big red. I don't know why. Shouldn't be red. And Games Lab's running just fine. Don't know why it's got red here. What does it think is wrong? Okay, you think there's an error. What is the error? That's very strange. I was going to demonstrate how absolutely wonderful this thing is. It thinks there was an error on a recent build. I don't know why it thinks that. Oh, interesting. This is like the error that I was seeing when I ran things on. Very interesting. I saw this same kind of error in GitHub as well. So that might be something I need to work on. But we will worry about that later. But anyway, this is, Docpoly is fantastic. It's an easy way to set up in a matter of minutes you put in a command like this one onto a server, okay? It pulls down a script, it installs the script, and then you have this, the UI that you just saw here is up and running. Then you can add some applications to it, and you set up how you want to deploy those applications. In my case, I'm just pulling them over from GitHub and deploying them onto here. And you can add additional templates where you can say, oh, I want a, let's say I want a blog. It has this. It has, oh, what else? What's popular? Let's see if there's a. It's got all these different categories of stuff. And you basically decide, oh, I'm going to install one of these, and it basically sets up another Docker image for that particular thing. And it's weird that blog didn't bring up some of the other ones like Ghost. I wonder what, if I type in Ghost here, which is how I installed Ghost. Oh, it calls it a CMS. So let's try looking at CMSs. So, okay, so now it has, let's look at the tags. CMS. There we go. So now all of a sudden it's got all kinds of things with CMS tags. That they're making their search way too hard here. But anyway, here's Ghost. So here's WordPress. So you could just hit something like create, and then it would create a WordPress application from a template, and it would just be deployed onto this server. So they've made it really easy to add databases and all sorts of things, storage and CMS systems, and you name it. In this case, I used it to create this Ghost instance that is over at Code Makerspace. See? Like so. It did that with me just picking a template. But for these two, it made it nice and easy for me to go ahead and say, here is the repository, pull this and build master. And whenever I push new versions to GitHub, it just automatically pulls it down, builds it, and deploys it. This is so nice to have this automatically handled, and all the other stuff that it handles for me as well. And here's one, okay, let me show you a couple of things in particular. For one, here's the monitoring for the server as a whole. So as you can see, the server as a whole, we can see how much memory it's used. I've still got some headroom here so that I can install 2 or 3 other small projects here if I wanted to. It shows CPU usage for the shared virtual CPUs I have, how much of the disk space is used. it shows, let's see, requests. If I go to requests, this is traffic. Traffic is acting as a front end to all of the different domains that I have on this server. So the fact that I have both PaperQuick and Mad Games Lab, when a request comes in, there's only one IP for the server as a whole. That comes in, then traffic looks at it and says, oh, here's a, like a web request. Who's it for? And it can actually look at the request and say, oh, well, this one's from Mad Games Lab, and it sends it over to the Mad Games Lab Docker instance, and so it handles it. And another one, it says, oh, this is for PaperQuick, and it sends over here. So I can host 2 things, 5 things, 10 things if I want to. If they're all low volume and not getting just insane amounts of traffic, why stand up another server? I don't need to. Instead, I could have several on here, and they'll all be successfully served by one cheap $5 server. Or I can move it up to a nicer server if I need to, and have 5 or 10 things handled by a $10 server instead. Whatever. This lets me see. Oh, here's me coming and looking at Code Makerspace. That's recent stuff. Let's see. Can I go? Here's Mad Games Lab calls, and I can basically see traffic to all my different sites, and I can pick a date range, and I can say, oh, what does it look like for, let's see, from November the 1st to today. What is today? It's 22nd. So what does it look like for November the 1st through the 22nd? So here's a day where 158 calls. That's a fair amount of traffic. But anyway, why does it have times down here? That seems strange to me. Anyway, you can get a sense for how much traffic is getting. One of the things that I have that I used to love, and I feel like it's kind of gotten a bad name, is I used to love using Google Analytics and putting them onto all my sites, and then I could go over to Google Analytics and I could see how much traffic I got and stuff like that. And that's great, but I think that violates a lot of the, it has a cookie, and it violates a lot of the, was it GDPR or whatever, the cookie laws for Europe and stuff like that. So I've removed it off of my websites. What I'm thinking I'm going to do in the future is, in order to get back that kind of monitoring, but keep it private to me, which won't violate those laws, at least as I understand it, is to come in here and add a template for, let's see if it, oh, it's the very first one, analytics. So add in an analytics piece and locally host some kind of analytics thing like Ribbit, and then I am the only one who will have this data. It will be my cookie coming from my domain. It won't be on anybody else's domain, so there won't be any question that it's shared. And I can hopefully, with maybe just a tiny little warning, be okay with people being able to, me being able to track people again on my sites, at least enough to know exactly how many people visited in a day, when they've come back again, stuff like that. But also not share it with Google, not share it with anybody else, and people will feel like I'm not violating their privacy. Hopefully, that's one of the things I want to add back. Oops, sounds like my wife makes noise. So let me just hit this door for a moment. Okay. So anyway, so I mentioned briefly that if I push to that GitHub repo, it would just automatically rebuild and redeploy. So that's why I kind of kept stuff onto a separate branch. Let's see here. Okay. So if I keep things on a separate branch, then that is not an issue. But there's some cool stuff that DocDeploy does that I haven't talked about yet. So one of the things was the monitoring thing, and then I can also get monitoring down at this level as well. So I can come in here and get monitoring on a per project basis, so I can see exactly how much Mad Games Lab is using specifically out of all that. But beyond that, I can do things called preview. There's the automatic deployment. There is handling of things like, let's see. Here it is, the domains. So I can come in here and I can say, I have 2 domains, Mad Games Lab and www.madgameslab, both of which are pointed at this server. Here's the port that they're on. I can have it automatically go and get a certificate from Let's Encrypt for me so that I don't have to set all that up myself. I basically just click a couple of boxes. I put these domains on here. I pointed them here, and then I just listed them out, and then it automatically handles all of the connection in traffic, so that any traffic to those domains, when they come here, automatically get to the right Docker container to handle the requests. There's the same thing is over on PaperQuick. If I had 5 or 10 more things, each one of them is just as easy to set up, and then the Let's Encrypt certificate is handling things so that, as you can see here, let's see if I click right here. See, connection is secure, and it's getting me a valid certificate so that this is on HTTPS. It's not on just plain HTTP. And I didn't have to go through a lot of effort on that, and nor do I have to re-get the certificate from Let's Encrypt and reapply it every few weeks when that one expires, because the certificate's only good for a fairly limited period of time. It just automatically does all of that for me. And that is so cool. It makes my life easier. It makes my deployment, and the idea that, oh, I might want to add a new project to this does not make me want to flinch. It makes me think, oh, I'm probably going to need about 20 minutes to set that up and make sure it all works perfectly. It doesn't mean that I'm going to have to just spend hours or days to try and get things set up. I can put it onto GitHub, connect it up over here, and have it all set up in next to no time. And not only is it handling the deployments and stuff like that, I'm going to figure this part out right now, but my guess is that the Docker image that it's trying to deploy into does not have one of the libraries, or one of the libraries needs to be compiled, and then that library is, it doesn't have the required software to do the compilation in the Docker image. So that's probably the problem there. Anyway, preview deployments. So preview deployments is about saying, okay, whenever it notices that there's a pull request, it can automatically go and do that pull request as a test. Okay, it will make up a new URL, a temporary one. So Mad Games Lab would still look the same. It would still have whatever was last deployed there. But every time a pull request came into existence, it would create a preview deployment. And as I or a tool like Jules or Antigravity pushed changes to a pull request, it would pull that pull request, see that there's a new one, pull it, create a temporary container, do the deployment into that temporary container, hook the made up URL, which is usually this ridiculously long thing of random numbers and stuff like that, hook it to the container, and give me a chance to be able to look at the results of the pull request running on a URL deployed before I try and move it over to Mad Games Lab. So that way I can evaluate what Jules or Antigravity produced, or I can even evaluate my own thing fully deployed out to a website before I actually push it to madgameslab.com. That's what preview deployments are. There are third-party services that, if you use them for deployment, offer similar stuff. I think Netlify is an example of that. Like, every time you have a pull request, I think Netlify does the same kind of thing. It just says, okay, I'm going to make a temporary fake URL. I'm going to deploy your stuff onto it, and then you can try it out. That's great. This is doing it, but this is in a piece of software that doesn't cost you any money if you don't want to spend anything, and on a server that costs less than $5, and you're getting that same kind of service. I think this is beyond cool. Let's see, I'm trying to think. Mad Games Lab has had this set up in the past, and I guess it cleared the it cleared the list of preview deployments because I had probably redeployed since then. Let's see if PaperQuick has it set up. No, there's nothing showing for PaperQuick either. One sure way to get this would be for me to go ahead and put one out there. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to actually take this and we're going to make a pull request for it. Even though nothing actually changed in the UI, we just changed things like markdown files and the version number. I think I'm going to go ahead and create a pull request anyway. And so now it does this. And hopefully this is all going to happen. Okay, so here you'll notice that there's now a new comment from the docploy.hetzner.server. That is this instance of docploy. And if we look at this page, refreshed, nope, on PaperQuick, sorry. Let me go back to Mad Games Lab. There we go. So here it is trying to build that pull request and deploy it to this fake site. Mad Games Lab itself won't change, only this other container that it's temporarily deploying this into will be the one that's changed. And I can click on this URL, which only exists for as long as I need to, and I can test out the idea of is it running or not here. Let's see if the logs, if this is working or not. Did it work? Let's see. Let's get this over here. No, that failed to build. So that it's probably that same problem that we saw earlier. It is failing to build. But if it was working, then we would click this preview URL and we would immediately see it. But we're actually having a problem with building, and that's also manifesting itself over here. And I don't know what this is at the moment, but it's not really relevant to what is it trying to install that it fails to. Interesting. So let's try something real quick. So this is all server side stuff. Okay, let's try something real quick. This is not what I was intending to work on today, but we will take a second to see if we can fix this. Not that I think anybody's actually watching this. Nope. Still no subscribers. Nobody watching. Not even a thumbs up. So this is lonely work at the moment. All right. So let's go here. We're 2 hours in, by the way. All right. So npm install npm audit fix. Let's see if this upgrades some stuff. They changed 2 packages. Don't know if this will fix anything. And we will push that. Now, what will happen over here on GitHub? Let's look at our pull requests. Okay, you'll notice that after I push changes, it is now trying again to build. I don't know if this will succeed any better than it did before, and you can see my bumping some packages comment here when I push that change. If we come over here, we look at the previews. I understand why I don't see the log on this, because I have in the past seen the log. That's a little weird. Nope, still failing. Oh, that's a shame. All right. Yep, and is not happy with the build. Okay, let's see. Okay, this tells us that the let's look at our Docker file for a second. What if we went off of Node 24 Alpine into a version that was a little more meaty? No, it's Docker Hub. How can I tell how big? Let's look at tags. Okay, so this is kind of like what I have. This one here, actually, this is the exact one I have. 24 Alpine, right? Yep, that's the one I have right now. So that is 50 something megabytes. Now, what if I went to one that has a little more? wonder how big 24 bookworm is. Okay, let's see what happens if I do that. But what I'm getting is apt-get install. Don't want the MySQL client, I want 3. So we know that that's missing. Okay, let's push that. So now it should take Alpine and dump Python 3 into the Docker image. So it's building again. Ooh, didn't like that at all. So let's go back over here, see what it does. Oh, apt-get is not found. What? Isn't that what it said to do? Oh, APK. Oh, duh. Damn it. Read the docs, John. Sorry about that. Okay, so here you can see it installing Alpine 3. Sorry, Python into Alpine. Now it's working on building the Docker image for, it's working on the part of the Docker thing where it's copying all of the UI stuff into it and building it. And then it's going to switch after that to the server side. So the UI has not been the part that's been failing, so we wouldn't expect this to have any problems. And we'll see what happens when it hits the server side. See if anybody has ever joined. Nope, it is quiet as a mouse. Oh, ass and a whack. Okay, so now it's working on the server side. Nope, that didn't fix it. What is JIP? Okay, but that seems like that would be included with Node. So that shouldn't need to be installed. No module named distutils. Is that a node module? Okay, let's try running that. Yep, sorry. That's not work. Don't ask me why this suddenly broke, because it was all running before. I don't know what changed with regard to being able to run this. All right. Let's go back here. It's running another one. Ooh. No module named pip. Ah. This is some riveting stuff, but hey. This is the reality of building things. Oof. Interesting. Okay, here's one of the things that we're going to do. Open a terminal. Okay, let's go look at that command. APK add -- node cache. Install, nope. Pip, so this should fail. Okay, so I needed to call it pi3 pip. So what I did was I just went ahead, and since I currently have a real container running Mad Games Lab, I just connected to that in a terminal. It's a very limited version, as Alpine is a very small image on which you base your thing. It has very little stuff on it, so it's nice and tiny. It doesn't use up a lot of memory. Because it doesn't have bash in there, you have to click on /bin/shell. And then I had a shell, and so I could try out one of those commands and see what it wanted me to install. And so by that I was able to do this, and so hopefully now package we're installing for bit. Okay, let's go look at it again. Okay, so this time we should see the pip install work correctly. Yay, that all worked. And what? Whoa, okay. So what version of Python do we install then? 3.12. My wife is asking for a link to my feed. So alrighty, we are chugging along. So, still not working. Gonna figure this out. All right, so APK. All right, let's try this. So this is going to install more pieces than what I previously did. So let's do this. Get rid of both of these. I'm going to build this. All right, so this is going to install Python 3, Python 3 pip. We saw that before. Make and G++. All right, so let's see if this is going to give us a... Alrighty, this is okay. Alrighty. Push that again. I'll go see what this looks like. Alright, we have this, this. Deployments. Here's the one that's running. As you can see, we're installing a bunch of pieces. Now notice that one of the things that this person here did is they create like a virtual environment here, and then they install all this stuff, and then they delete the virtual environment. This is interesting, and something that I could do if I wanted to reduce the size of the Docker image. I'm not going to necessarily go there yet, but I could, if this works somewhere down the line, I could try and use that to save some space. Anyway, here's the UI building again. Cross fingers, and the server build will all go through correctly. All right, it's going to stand up for a little bit because I need to stand. All right. Okay, let's see. Well, it hasn't blown up yet. That's a good thing. And just out of curiosity, let's go over to GitHub. Where is GitHub? Here it is. We can also see, oh, we're not going to see the action run because it's on pull request. Sorry. The actions do not run on a pull request at the moment. I've not set that up. I may have to take a break to put some drops in my eyes. Well, I assume it's all running. Doesn't give you a lot of feedback, does it? Good grief. Now I'm curious. All right, so if I come over here, I can run this workflow, if I remember correctly. Run this workflow on branch. Minutes first draft. So now we're running it the same thing on GitHub. And here it is running. Let's see if it's any faster over here. Oh, there it is. It managed to make it through. Took a long time. Boy, that was a long time. Now we can see if this fixes both my local build and my build on GitHub. If it does, that's a nice thing, even if it is kind of long. Docker build complete, yay! Okay, so this one, as you can see, error, and then finally done. All right, so what that means is that this preview deployment succeeded. So that means that if I click here, yes, it doesn't have a certificate just yet. Proceed. And boom, we are looking at this, and if I click about, you'll notice that this now says 230 and this says 22. So this updated with the changes that were made. That was a long way to get there, but the idea is that you got to see that previews just happen automatically now on anytime I do a pull request on GitHub. And so this pull request here, I now have a chance to see that it built successfully, and here's the preview URL, so I can click that, and then I can see it from right here in the pull request and look at whatever got changed. Now, in this case, I know it's good, so we're going to go ahead and do a merge, and I thought there was a checkbox or something I could tell it to just go ahead and do the deletion. I'll go ahead and do the merge, confirm, and then we do a delete branch. That branch is now gone. And so now if we go back to our friend here at DocBoy, you'll notice the preview deployment is gone. Oh, I guess they're deleting preview deployments as soon as they are used up. So preview deployments are not going to hang out in here anymore. And over here, you see that it is now doing a real full deploy into Mad Games Lab. And for the moment, we should see Mad Games Lab still up and running while the deployment is occurring. It still says 2.2. I can refresh and refresh. And once this deployment goes through, you'll just see it automatically just switch from one to the other. It kind of stands up a new container and the old container side by side. The old container is still running. And then once this one deploys successfully, then it will just switch over all the traffic from one to the other and get rid of the old container. So you don't see a bunch of downtime or anything like that. To say that that is neat, and it's doing so much work for you that you're not required to do that work yourself. You're not required to do the work to set up a server that is handling multiple different applications all running at the same time, directing the traffic to the right ones, getting certificates so it can all be on HTTPS, doing both deployments and preview deployments and monitoring and all this stuff. And it has a lot more features. Like, for example, when you make a Docker container is often compared to the big shipping containers you see all the time. Those big boxes that just are used to ship stuff all around the world. They go onto a ship and then they someplace at a port, they go onto a truck, and then they maybe go onto a train for a while, and then they go onto another truck, and then they go to their final destination. That intermodal, I think they call it, that intermodal movement is kind of imitated by the containers that Docker uses to put all of your software into a box and move it around and do stuff with it. That's great, except what happens when you have something like a database? I have a database where I want to be able to have users log into their accounts. So I need something that will allow it to create accounts and then let them sign into those accounts later. Well, if that's all inside a container, and then I destroy that container, I just destroyed everybody's user account. That sucks. But Docker allows for the idea that, oh, inside the container, I can map a directory, and that directory goes to a directory outside of the container, and those two are mapped to one another like they're actually connected. And now my database, when it writes to that directory, it gets written outside the container, and so when the container gets destroyed, then the next container can point to the same thing, and it still sees all the user accounts or all the information about the games they're playing or whatever. Okay? So you see that with stuff like, here, if we go to the advanced, then you can see that we can have volumes. And so I have a volume called Mad Games Lab Data, which should transcend from one container to the next. As new ones get deployed, they all still work. And they all still have the same information about users or games they're playing or whatever. So even the preview, if I brought the preview up, I could still sign into it and be myself in that preview. And that's cool stuff. It makes it very usable. So thank you to all the people who helped me fix that. The information on how to fix, I'm going to vote this up to say nice things about the people. This was, this is just stack. Oh, it doesn't know that I am me. Sorry, I'm not using my regular browser because I don't want to give away a bunch of stuff about me. So give me a second here to sign in. Here I'm back. Okay, let's go back to where we were on that previous question so we can say, yay, yeah, thank you. Thumbs up for that. And thumbs up for this question, which was very useful. Sorry, refresh, I'm here. There, I think that was good. And I think this was good. Thank you, you are good people. All right. And so now, this is still deploying? It's still deploying. The deployment process has gotten a lot slower since I made that change. Anyway. Oh, let's bring that back. Nope, don't want to do that. That's the deployed one. Yeah, here's my local one. All right, so here's my local one. Yep, and it doesn't, there's no backend running locally. And on this one, it still says 220, 220, and then, oh, it just, so we must have finished our deployment because it now says 230 on the actual Mad Games Lab site. And it looks like this is probably done. Here's the deployments. Still says it's deploying, but I think this has actually already finished its deployment process. Looks like it's going to succeed. Alrighty. So you got to see a little bit of DocPulley, you got to see a little bit of both deployments and domains and all that kind of stuff. this is great software, in my opinion. It makes the whole process of I have projects and I want to be able to maintain them and deploy them easily and not tear my hair out and have all kinds of stuff done for me and not spend a lot of money every single month to do so. It just makes it wonderful. It's really a joyous experience with Deploy and Docker, which Deploy wouldn't even work without Docker. All right, so let's go back to where we were. Now that we have this all working in. Close all this nonsense because it's all setup stuff that we don't care so much about. And we go back to this. All right, so now we're back to scenes and we are trying to, so this is actually loading. Okay, this is setting a path for the assets. So let's look at that real quick. I'll show you where there are assets here. And so it is, when this is deployed, it takes all of the code here in source and Vite compiles it and puts it into a dist directory. Here's an example of what it does. And like all the JavaScript becomes files in here. And it, let's see, why am I not seeing the JavaScript output? I expected to see that here in this directory. Oh, it puts it in the assets directory. Okay, so it sticks it in the assets directory along with everything else. So all the JavaScript that I wrote out here in the source ends up getting all compiled together into like these little files you see here. And here's the CSS, which is kind of a glomming together of all the CSS. And then, in addition to that, everything that is in the public directory, which is like these assets and images and stuff, that also gets copied through into either the public or into the assets directory. So in here in the assets, so we're going to close the dist version of this. Normally you don't have to pay any attention to dist. This is just used once we've actually built everything. This is what actually gets served up to the user. So you can kind of, if you're curious about it, you can go look at it, but you don't really need to touch it. And you'll notice that from the light gray color you see here on both dist and node modules, neither one of those is getting checked into the repo. There's no need to check those things into the repo. They're just build products, or they're installed from npm. So you'll notice there's no dist directory here, and there's also no node modules. Neither one of those needs to become part of my repo. Okay, so in here in the public assets, this, like I said, this will all be copied through. Here's all the cards you see that are getting used for the card games. So we can kind of, that's where those are coming from. And we will close that so you don't have to look at that. And then here is Menace. And so what I've done is, here's that little splash screen you saw here. I used AI to generate this. I don't know that I love it, but it's actually pretty cool. I'm kind of impressed by it. Certainly a million times better than I could do, but I'd kind of be tempted to, if I was going to do something with this, I would probably ask a real artist to make something. Anyway, the other bit here is I need something to use as assets for building out this little thing that I'm going to do today. And for that, I needed some kind of, sure, I could have just used like boxes and triangles and stuff like that. That would have worked, but there's no need to do that because in the wide world of assets out there, there are lots of people who are willing to do assets for you for your game, either as placeholders or as final work. So I'll show you what I mean by that. Let's look for Kenny. This is Kenny's game assets all in one. It's one I actually own myself. I purchased this, as you can see, a few years back. And this is his all-in-one, and it has all kinds of sprites and pixel art and 3D models and stuff like that. By no means is this individual the only one out here doing this. If you go to itch.io in particular, there are dozens upon dozens of people doing packages like this. And they are providing tons of really cool assets that you can use. And in this particular one, there is just dozens and dozens of directories. In fact, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to load up one of those directories so you can so we can look at it for just a second. But I have pulled out of that one called Space Shooter Redux, which is a whole directory full of examples. And as you can see, it's got spaceships and all kinds of stuff that I can use for whatnot. And then it even shows a sample of what it would look like to use that in a game. So I will be doing that. But we'll take a few seconds for a side trip. Give me a second. I'm going to put this onto something else so that you can't see me pawing around in my directories. And I'm back. Okay, so this is the Kinney game assets all in one. I don't know if this is the very latest version, but it's pretty recent. And he's got a directory with all the 2D assets, and oh my lord, there's a ton of them. And so specifically the one that we're using is that was the Space Shooter Redux. I kept the name from what he had, Space Shooter Redux. But Space Shooter Extension is another one. And there's basically a license on each of these that basically says, Creative Commons 0. Use it for what you want. Use it in commercial projects. Use it for personal or educational or whatever. I'm charging you a very small amount of money for this. He's charging you at the moment. This is just like $10. But in the meantime, you can use it to build a real game if you want to, or build out something that's just an idea for one. And here in this directory, oh goodness, they've got all kinds of stuff similar to what you saw a minute ago. And close that. And so there's a whole bunch more stuff here. So I could use some of this together with the other stuff. It looks like there's actual space stations and stuff in this one. There's multi-stage rockets and stuff. So anyway, he's got things for smoke particles and all kinds of games. Like this is probably going to be similar to Flappy Bird, for example. And so this would be elements for you to use if you wanted to do some kind of, yeah, here it is. And so if you want to do a game kind of like Flappy Bird, you could use this as a starting point to get some assets without having to resort to AI to do that instead, which a lot of people, speaking as someone who has used AI a lot, I had a job until recently where I spent probably 18 months working on AI stuff. I quickly became very suspicious of AI ever giving me the things I want. It's very difficult sometimes to get AI to give you exactly what you want if you already know what it is you want. Very frustrating sometimes. So you can often get a placeholder or something that's, 50% or 60% of what you wanted, and then use that temporarily. But oh my God, I think I would just resort to a real artist or something down the road. Anyway. And then there's a whole slew of 3D assets that Kinney offers as well, so that if you need to do something with cars in your game or something like that, and it would, it's like, look at all these cool 3D cars. Well, you could make it a game that had all those pieces in it and make games. You could make something with a police officer here pursuing people who are trying to escape from a robbery in a van and cars and stuff like that. You can rely on kits like this to give you a starting point to fill in until you get to where, oh, this game works well enough that I really like it, and I am going to go to the next step and actually have custom assets made just for me. So actually here, let's see, I'm curious what's in this sci-fi sounds. Engine explosions. Ah, okay, that explains it. Actually, I guess I've probably just done this. Yeah, that was probably quicker to Ooh, that's a neat sound. I didn't even know these were here. Okay, so obviously I'm going to be using some of those. Those are awesome. Hadn't really thought too much on the sound side of things, so I'm going to make a note here saying that I need to figure out how to play sounds in Phaser. So I'll probably be copying a bunch of those over into the project for that later. So I'll move this out of the way and we'll put it over somewhere else. Okay, neat, huh? So that is the Kinney game assets and what I will probably be using for the stuff I do today. So let's go back to the source code. And so what you see me doing here is basically saying this is where all my assets are going to be. This is how you load an asset into Phaser. You basically say, here's the name of the asset. So you give every asset a name. And then here's the actual asset file that I want to load, which you saw this earlier. This was the minus-splash.jpg. So, okay, so I could actually go ahead and say, oh, well, I know I want to, oh, he's got backgrounds. What are his backgrounds? Blue. Interesting. So even the black one, I guess, does the black one have, oh, the black one has some little stars on it. Huh, that's cool. So I could use one of those down the road, but I don't think I really care for that right in this minute. So let's see. Player ship damage. I guess this is when it explodes, you could use these. Interesting. Not really what I'm after this minute. Fire. I guess this would be your thrusters. Ah, okay, so these are the different ships and things. Okay. Oh, and these are what he envisions as being the player ships. Ah, okay. Oh, those are neat. All right, so we should go ahead and load one of the player ships. Do I like the blue, green, the red? Kind of like the red. Oh, it's orange. Okay, player ship orange. So we will copy that. Come back over here. We will load an additional asset. This dot load image. All right, so we're going to call this one player ship. And we're going to load, oh, I put the whole URL in there. We don't need all that because we already know that we're going to go to assets minus. So we want space shooter redux ping player ship one orange dot ping. Okay, so this is telling it what to load. So we have loaded a sprite for that, and then we need to come up with something to use as our star castle-ish thing. So just for the sake of argument, we'll use one of the enemies. And let's see what we've got here. Something. Oh, these are all kind of not great, but they're not impressive enough. Doesn't matter. Yeah, just go with that. Copy that. All right, let's come back over here. Load another thing, which is load image. Okay, so we... Now, it has added in an explosion and some other stuff that I did not ask for yet. But it's just trying and guess me ahead. And so I don't see any bullet orange here. In fact, so it just, on this one in particular, what you'll notice is, okay, you'll notice that all of these, basically, it has made up some paths which are just straight up wrong. So we're going to fix this one. And we're going to put enemies. And this one is we're going to go with the... Now let's do the enemy black. We'll be fine with that. So we'll go ahead and go with that one. Bullet, we don't really have a bullet per se yet, or an explosion. So let's get rid of this one. I'm going to do without that too for the moment. We're going to go ahead and add those in later if we want to. All right, so these three should load up in the preloader. So actually, that's not true. We're not in the preloader, we're in the boot. So we're in the boot. This is loading our various assets and giving them names. Background, player ship, enemy ship. Cool. Then it immediately, when this scene is created, it immediately goes to the preloader scene. So the preloader scene comes down here, and this basically says, all right, let's make sure we've got the name for this particular scene. It inherits from, this is the name of the class, and then here's what it is using. Seems like that could just happen automatically, but I guess I need to know how to do that. Let's see. Oh, I'm not going to work with that. Anyway, so this is what takes care of loading the background. And so this basically says, here is the size. No, here's the location of this image. We have this background image that we loaded here in the boot. It was the Menace Splash, and we're going to put it on the screen. And is this the size or the location? This is the position. So it's the position. It's figuring out where to put it in the world on the background. This is a progress bar. Why do I need a progress bar? Do we actually even see this? I don't think this is actually visible. When I run this, let's see. Let's go back to our local copy. Ooh. Oh, that's because I'm not running anymore. Here. Let's go back to, I got distracted when we were working on the server problems. npm run dev. Okay, so that's not running. This will work. There we go. I don't see any progress bar here anywhere. So, and since I don't care about a progress bar at the moment, I am going to not completely remove it, but I'll just comment this out. I do not need this progress bar. All right, so there we go. We've got the progress bar is removed. Preload doesn't do anything in the preloader scene, and then create. And then this is moving to the main menu. All right. Main menu probably doesn't do much of anything. Huh. So the preloader is trying to put the image on, and then it immediately in the main menu, it does it again. Oliver, sorry, my dog. Come on. Silliness. Anyway. He says, hey, you've been at this 3 hours. You need to pay attention to me. All right, let's see here. Let's make that like that. All right, let's see if anyone has bought. All right, so I wonder if this is actually doing anything. Let's comment that out too. So in this case, the preloader wouldn't actually be doing anything. It would just be the main menu who's putting this on there. Ah, so my preloader isn't actually doing anything right now. So maybe I'm going to take all of this data. Yeah, you know what? I don't need a preloader right now. We are going to get rid of the preloader. Delete this. We are going to go from the boot to the main menu. And we are going to fix this right here, which makes reference to a preloader that doesn't exist anymore. All right, so now we get the same effect as before. All right, but we don't have an extra step there. So we basically go from boot, which does our preloading, and then our main menu, and then our main game, and then game over. So this one, we don't see any visual aspect to the boot because it doesn't actually do anything visually. It just starts things up and does some loading. Then it immediately goes to the main menu. And then the main menu actually displays something. And then when we get to the game has pointer down. So the main menu just immediately, it just draws some stuff. And when you click, it goes to the game. And then when you click again on the game, then it displays game over. So what does this do? Oh, okay. Now I get it. All right. Sorry, I didn't write a lot of this. I kind of tweaked stuff that was already there. So boot loads some stuff, immediately goes to main menu. Main menu displays some things, and then when you click, it goes to game. And then when you click again, it goes to game over. That's what this here does. And then game over displays the same kind of thing you saw previously, and it dumps the words game over onto the screen. So that's what you see right here. And then after that, when you click again, it goes back to main menu. So that is that cycle. So basically this happens once, then it goes to here, and then here, and then here. And then if you click in here, it goes back to here, and it just cycles between these three things over and over and over again. That's all it does. Okay, and it's just using clicks to do the movement between the three. All right, so what we know is that the game does not need to see this background. That image is not necessary. That would be something you would see more on the main menu or whatever, not something you would see on the game proper. So we will, the scale factor is interesting, but we will worry about that later. So this is setting camera, this is setting the background color. Okay, so now if we save this, All right, so now we should be looking at the main menu. Ooh, green? Green is the color? Blue, red, blue. That's the background color? Yeah, okay, that's the background color. So this just needs to be, is there a black? CSS color notation, hex or numbers. Oh, so I should be able to use black because black is a CSS color notation. Or is it that smart? That looks like it is failing to build. Yeah. Doesn't matter that that is valid in CSS. It doesn't consider that to be good. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Now we go black, and then we go to game over. Okay. Okay, so this would be the main game screen. Okay. So how big is my... Sorry, now I'm curious. So the game container... Oh, the game containers is basically filling the entire thing. Here's my app. Here's my game container. Here's my canvas width, which is 1365 by 768. So it's basically filling this entire area the way I've got it set right now with my canvas. So that's why when I set a color that was whatever, it filled the entire area. That's probably not necessarily what I want. I'm not sure I won't necessarily want to just fill the screen. Oh, I guess if I make it really big, then it's actually not filling the screen. So probably if I make this like full screen and get rid of this. Sorry, let me move this off for a second. We will make this into a secondary window. Try to move this off screen just for a second so I can look at this. And so the canvas width is, yeah, see now the canvas width is actually not the full area there. It's occupying most of it, but not quite all of it. It's not quite as wide as the real thing is. So you're seeing a little bit of a different color here and here, and this is not filling the entire thing. That's probably closer to what I'm going to do in the end, but that's good to know that that is that way. All right, let's put this back on the side here. Okay. All right. Okay, what should I do next? How on earth did I end up there? What did I click on? That was weird. Not sure what that was all about. Okay, so I am loading some assets. Oh, I need to display some assets. That's what I need to do. All right, so that's our natural first thing to do. We come here, and this is the game. And so now it's time to display some assets in the game. We need to display some of the assets we loaded in our boot. So we need to display the player ship and the enemy ship. We don't need this. So now we need to display those two pieces. So now it's time to start taking a look at Phaser. And let's look at the Phaser book. All right, so only 3 hours in, and I'm actually starting to make real work. No, sorry, yeah, 3 hours in, and I'm actually starting to do real work on a game. Let's see if this one has display an image. All right, here we go. This.add image. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just basically add our new images to the game UI. So okay, we're not adding the background though. What we want is the player ship, and this time add image, enemy ship. All right, so if I put them right on top of one another, that's not great. Let's put them side by side. So this is X and Y. All right, so we'll put them side by side. So we'll say this is 670 and this is 610. All right. Oh, there they are. There are two images, and they're overlapping at the moment. They're quite large. Interesting. Okay, but they're there. So now, how big are these things by default? Can I look at an image and get size for it? All right, let's look this up. Okay, interesting. Okay, what's the type then? Phaser loader plugin? That's actually the type? Wait a minute. Why do I have to specify? What? What did I do wrong here? This is crazy. Oh, it doesn't actually have the equal in there. Good God. Declared but never read. Okay, that was a case where you can see that the AI did not help me in any way. The AI basically showed me that there was an equal sign here, but actually it had not yet inserted the equal. It was proposing to add it. And in the meantime, I was getting all the error messages as though it wasn't there. Oh. Let's see if this is right. Let's see what happens if we do those two. Come back over here. And if we go to, not styles, computing, sorry, go to console. Right here is our loader plugin. Holy smokes. Loader plugin loads a lot of stuff. Is there a width and a height here? Oh my lord. Source image. So that's what the AI claims. So that it claims that there's a source image here. There is no source image. So it made that bullshit up. Let's see what real human beings said instead of listening to the AI. Neat. That's cool, but that doesn't actually tell me the size. It does tell me how to size things later, which I'm going to need to do. Okay, that's good. That's the same one we were just at. Okay. This seems weird to me. I should be able to just tell what the size of the thing is, right? Not having to just read it off the image. Okay, width of the texture. Okay, so there's a texture. Oh, and this has to do with the physics. Okay, I need to use the basic arcade physics. How do I do that? Okay, let's see if we fix that. Oh, actually, that would have been back out here. So, because it's in the config. Okay. Nope, that's not right. Perfect. Debug. Okay. Let's see if this still works. Okay, nothing broke yet. All right. So by default, I guess these images are just as big as they are to start with, unless I choose to scale them. So if I look at the player ship, I use the player ship orange. See how big that one is by default. It's a Bing file, and it is, how big? Where's the info? Come on. There we go. It is 99 by 75. So it's white, it's not square, it's 9975. Okay, that's interesting. Just for the sake of argument, we're going to say 75. I'll put the dimensions of the other one on here for a minute. This is enemies, this is black one, I think, right? Black one. Uh-oh. Something going wrong? My streaming not working? Hello. Alright, so we are still streaming. I think everything is working fine. No dropped frames. Yeah, we are sending up, so I don't know why that is. Encoding overload. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Ah, interesting. So it is saying that its encoding is a little on the overloaded side. That's why it got a little funky there. Can I change my encoding? Weird. Okay, so this may be the worst broadcast ever. How strange. Okay, well. I'm learning so much about what not to do. All right, this one is 93 by 84. Now let's see if any of that stuff appears in the console. All right, because I would like to know how big. I'd like to be able to swap out an image and have it automatically handle all this down the road. Not right away, but it would be nice if. Here's the texture. These are like all functions and things. Goodness, I don't know what I'm doing there. Okay, so I am not going to worry about the fact that I don't know how big these are at the moment. I'm just going to use the sizes that I pulled out for this. And I'm going to try and keep an eye on this. Boy, I wish I could figure out how to do. Okay, we're just going to hope that the settings are okay enough that this is functional. I am doing a fair number of things. I have two screens, top and bottom, so that I can keep all this stuff like OBS and everything invisible to you. I am doing, development down here with a browser and an IDE. And then I am streaming, I'm recording audio, recording video, compressing it down, streaming it to YouTube. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So that's why it's, I guess occasionally getting to a point where it says, oh, you're doing too many things at the same time. But anyway, all right, so if I wanted these to be smaller because they are way too big, then we go back to the example from earlier. Not this one, the other one. Here's the one we're doing here, and this had the display size. Okay, so we're going to try adding set display size to what we've got. So we know it's 99. So we're going to say it's 50 by, what was, how big is this one? This one is 75, so we'll say 37. Say 38. And we'll do something similar for this other one. The other one is 93, so we'll say 47 by 42. And go look and see, is this, and they both shrank to normal sizes, or much more normal size. I'll be damned. Okay, so maybe there's a way to do that by a single value. So let's say we wanted to set display size. What if you just wanted it to be a certain scale? Set rotation in radians. Oh, I wish I remembered radians. Okay, that's the actual code. I don't need that right now. By the way, in about 30 minutes, we'll probably take a break for some lunch because I am gonna get hungry. The only thing I've had so far is a Cliff Bar. And then I will, I don't know, maybe I will stop the broadcast and start a new one? I don't know how this works. Edit video? My analytics are horrific. I'm the only person watching. Oh, this is actually a better way to view this at least. Wow, that's cool. Neat. Alright, well, I will figure it out. And I've been live for 3.5 hours. Neat. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go find an example from the numerous examples here. And rotate. Oh, actually, let's do this. Oh, okay, so List cursors. Neat. Okay. Left, right, up. Okay. All right. That seems simple enough. So let's do this dot cursors equals this dot. So we'll do that in the game. It's the only place that makes sense at the moment. Obviously, this code will have to get cleaned up enormously from what it is right now, but that's okay. All right, so that's not available in the constructor. It's only available in the yeah, of course, cursors isn't there yet. So we added that. This property will only be available if defined in the scene injection map and the plugin is installed. What? Okay, let's save that and see if it's available. Didn't freak out. Looks like it's available. So this is in the update area. So any scene in Phaser has different portions in it. It has a life cycle. Fudge. Okay, hold on. We need to take a brief moment to learn about OBS and encoding. Okay, let's see if that fixes things, because I just switched to a different encoder, and let's see. So is it working now? Apparently not. Fudge. Okay. I may have finally fixed it. Oh my lord. Apparently I needed to have a hardware encoder. And with a hardware encoder, then I get a stream that actually works correctly. So Cross your fingers. And we are now gold. All right, so back to this. Update. Actually, each of these should be evaluated together, right? I want to look at each one. Why would I look at each one? This is a bad way to look at things because it's only going to take the first one that the player has hit. If they've got multiple push down, it's not going to pay attention to all of them. Each one of these needs to be considered separately. That's actually bad syntax, not syntax, but bad coding to do it that way. Because otherwise, whichever one of these keys that you were holding down, it would evaluate them in this order. It would basically say, with the code you see here, if I hold down both left and up, it's basically going to say left is the one that wins, up gets ignored completely. So if I do this, go here, go this, and yet it did pay attention. How does that work? Okay, it makes no sense to me at all. That seems insane. How does it work? Oh boy, I'm gonna have to learn that. Okay, are we still streaming okay? Looks like everything's going hunky-dory now. Now that I know that hardware encoding is what I'm supposed to be using on the Apple, the hardware H.264, oh my lord. If I had known all of these things about how to properly do my screens and how to, because now I can do all kinds of fun stuff. I can say, okay, no, I don't want to share my entire screen. I want to share only my browser. No, I want to go back to sharing everything so that then if I switch order of things, I can do it. Or I can put focus entirely on anti-gravity and back again, and I'm off. Oh, this is so much easier if you just understand how to use it. But there's so much stuff. Wee there. Oh well. Dynamic and static. Okay, so this is stuff I'm definitely going to need to read. So you're going to get to watch me to read stuff. Because honestly, I don't know how else I can just build things if I don't ever read anything or learn anything. In reality, when I'm developing software, I would stop and I would sometimes need to read something or try some stuff out. And that's just reality of developing software. I don't understand how anybody ever does this on screen without just being boring as hell. And I'm sure I'm boring as hell doing this, but one thing I just noticed is that is my icon over the screen in reality? I wonder. No, my icon is off to the side. Okay. So by default, my little corner duck is not covering. By the way, I've never introduced my duck. I'm sorry. This is my duck. This is Quack Overflow. He is helps me answer questions sometimes, but he is my companion for doing this software development stuff. I probably should have introduced him before. He's also the mascot for the channel as well. So, back to actually trying to make this work. Let's see. Controlling the player with the keyboard. All right. So this is setting velocity. This isn't having to worry about Okay, so in this example, they're using a platform group and they are, ooh, you can set scale? Oh, that's probably what I needed to do earlier. Set scale. Oh. Oh, perfect. So we will fix that code right now. Yay, okay, so that got me exactly the same effect without having to know the size of things. Yay, okay. So that tells me that ultimately one of the things I'll be able to do is I'll be able to get this screen here. So I'll be able to say, okay, this is how big I want my thing to be out of my overall dimensions. There will be a window, and that is what will be the UI for the game. And then if they want to, the user can make it full screen, or they can see it on their phone like this, or they can go over to itch.io where it will be in a little window on their thing, which they can make full screen over there. And in any of those cases, it will fill the available spot, and then I will know how big that is, and I can, once I can figure out what the scale factor is for the window as a whole. Actually, will I even need to do that? No, I'll need to do that. But anyway, there will be a scale factor for the overall thing, and then I can scale the sprites up and down and make them apropos to the dimensions of what we're looking at. Okay, so I can hit these, and oh, I know what I can do next. I can put something out here. Why is that not defined? So there's a game config property for this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so let's go back to this makes no reference to keyboard. Oh, so this is a sprite, not an image? Okay. So I guess the boy, the process of streaming is an incredibly difficult one. Concurrent video viewers, I have none at the moment. Oh boy. Nobody wants to watch this, and I can understand why. Alright, let's bring up the inspector. Click the console. Down, left, right. Okay, so that is now working as expected. Up, down, left, right, everything is all working. So we don't need console logs for those. That is not really our goal. Our goal is to manipulate the sprites in some way using the physics engine based on these various things. So the question is why is it so unhappy about left, right, up, and down up here? This to input to keyboard. So what is cursor keys then? Let's go look at cursor keys. Seems to indicate that that's a thing. Okay. So is it saying that it might not exist? Ah, I see, because this could be undefined. Okay, I get it. And I cannot assume that that exists because, like on a phone, it doesn't exist. So, okay, let's do this. If now we know that we have the cursors, okay. So now let's say left and right are rotation, and up and down are thrust. So question is, how's it going to know which direction? Okay, now it's time to learn about the physics, because I really don't know the physics. All right. So, okay, we're not using for, okay, time for break. Time for me to go have lunch. I'm going to resume this stream after I take a break for a little while, and hopefully a new stream will, oh my God, I will hopefully not screw this up as much as I did in the first one. But I'm not making any promises. I'm just going to do my very best with what I've learned from the first one. Anybody who has watched this for even a few minutes or will watch it in the future, I apologize in advance for not knowing more about all the times I cut off my audio, my video, had things overlapping in weird ways or all kinds of other problems. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But I'm continuing on with this, and I will do it again after lunch, and we will try another stream, part 2. And for the moment, I think